Alrighty, mic check, 1 2. All right, let's go ahead and get in here. Howdy, y'all. My name is Wes, and it's time. I am super pumped. So we're gonna hang out here in the the blank void for for just a little bit. We're about 12 minutes away from Endwalker going up. We'll see how this goes. I'm hoping that my my Streamlabs will actually bring it up on time. I think I've got everything set up just the way it should be, but with new expansions, it's always tricky. But yeah, we are almost there. This is gonna be an interesting playthrough. So I had a earlier this week, I ended up getting a breakthrough case of COVID, and thankfully I'm over the hump of it now, but I've still got a pretty nasty cough. I apologize in advance. I'm gonna try and do my best to mute as much as possible whenever I need to, but got my tea, been trying to take care of myself, got my pain relievers, all that. But yeah, it was not a fun couple of days. But thankfully over most of it, and just in time to get here for the expansion. I really cannot possibly describe how excited that I am for this, and I'm officially on a media blackout for the duration of the MSQ. I'll be posting a little bit on Twitter here and there, just giving some updates and stuff, letting people know when the next stream's coming along. But for the most part, I'm going to be avoiding most of my social media. The only Discord that I'm really actively a part of, we've got all of our spoiler channels. The mods are super on top of making sure that everything is pretty tightly controlled, so be able to have some discussions with some people without going into spoiler territory, and should be a lot of fun. It's been a long road to get here. I'm excited for all of the new players that have come along. I'm excited for all the veterans who are finishing the story that we've been playing for the past 10 years at this point. If this is your first expansion release, they are a lot of fun. Typically Square does a very good job with the servers. There will almost definitely be a queue to get into the game, but usually once you're in, the servers are pretty stable. Now, they've never had to put up a warning before like they did this time, so we're kind of in unknown territory at this point as far as what to expect for reliability and all of that. But I have a lot of faith in Square. They took the extra 2 weeks to delay the expansion for a reason. I don't think Yoshi would have only given it 2 weeks if he wasn't confident that he could get it done in 2 weeks. So yeah, I posted that video a little bit earlier as far as my breakdown of the launch trailer and some of my thoughts as far as what might happen. We'll see how that goes as the expansion chugs along. But yeah, I'm just excited to be here. But yeah, if this is your first time, welcome. Just enjoy the ride. That's all I can say. I think the expectations after Shadowbringers are definitely at an all-time high. I've mentioned it several times on stream that I really hope that that people are able to kind of keep their expectations within a reasonable range, because Shadowbringers was such a high point, and now you've got that expectation for certain story beats and everything that I don't know if it's possible to actually keep that going on. So I'm gonna try and temper my expectations just a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, I haven't run into anything. I've been avoiding all the data mining and all of that, so aside from maybe one or two track names that I didn't even really listen to, I really know nothing going into it. So yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, this is always the most fun part of any expansion, is the release. No one knows what's going on. It's all kind of new, and yeah, we get to experience it together. So going into dungeons and all of that stuff, those first weeks are always very stress-free. You're just kind of going in expecting to die hilarious deaths, and no one knows any of the mechanics, and you just kind of meet some cool people along the way. Now, obviously, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here. My streams typically are pretty pretty tight right out of the gate, but I tend to slow down a little bit as the expansion kind of goes on. I mean, I would say I'm probably still in the first 25% of people to finish the expansion as far as that early rush goes, but um, you know, despite starting at 3 o'clock in the morning, I think over time, you know, as I kind of explore the zones, get aether currents, get distracted and everything, it'll hopefully even out so that you know I'm right in line with most of the other people, if not a little bit behind, and we just kind of have a nice chill time to go through and explore everything. um you know, one of my biggest regrets with Shadowbringers was not having my streaming set up the way that it is now and not having the capabilities to really stream a lot of live reactions. I tried to do it early on and it just didn't, the bandwidth wasn't there with this expansion, and with the new rig and everything. You know, I've got a power line adapter, so I'm more directly connected to our router and all of that, and not as much excuse me, not as much packet loss and all of that. So yeah, I'm really excited to be able to share this experience with everyone and just have a good time and, you know, hit all of those high notes together. You know, it's gonna be an experience. He said it was what 30% larger than Shadowbringers, so that's gonna be interesting. You know, it was already a pretty big expansion to begin with, but yeah, so I have no idea how long it's going to take to actually beat the MSQ. I'm basically going to stream until my body tells me to go to sleep, so no breaks or anything like that other than just for food, and you know, right before servers go up I'll probably go get another cup of coffees and done. But just very short breaks here and there. Sleep, get up, do a little bit of exercise, then come back to stream, and again, I'll keep you guys up to date on Twitter and whatnot for all the socials, so kind of take care of that. I'm gonna go ahead and make another quick cup of coffee, and then we'll get right back into it. All right, so here we go. All right, there we go. So as I was saying a little bit earlier, I think one of the things that I'm really excited about isn't just the length, but the fact that it's all going to cut that. It's all a complete expansion, just right out the gate. We don't have to wait, you know, to finish the story or anything like that. The end of 6.0 is the end of the story, and we've never experienced that before. So that's going to be a pretty interesting change, but obviously understandable why the expansion is going to be so much larger than the last one. So yeah, we'll just have to journey along together. um Mostly, you know, I'm not going to be reading chat too much. I'm going to be quite a bit, you know, stricter when it comes to spoilers and that kind of thing. It's usually not a problem with our chats here, but yeah, most of this is for VOD purposes. Obviously, there's like a billion people streaming right now, so I'm not necessarily concerned about you know, live viewership or anything like that. But I hope that if you guys are coming back to watch this a little bit later, watching some of the reaction clips that I'm going to make, that kind of thing, I hope you have a good time and enjoy the journey with me. If you are watching me live, then welcome. Feel free to talk and chat. You know, I don't mind. Just make sure and avoid spoilers. You know, it shouldn't be a problem because I have a feeling that, you know, we're going to be quite a bit ahead of everyone else, at least for the first little bit. But yeah. So yeah, at this point, I just I don't have it up because it's a little different here. But yeah. Oh, so the launcher's already giving connection errors and whatnot, so it's starting to get slammed. All right, here we go. Make sure that it comes up all right here on the screen. And we're officially an Endwalker. Let's do it. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. It's beautiful. It looks so much better than what they showed in the preview. Wow. We'll go ahead and get in here. We are live now. as I mentioned in the there it goes. There it goes. As I mentioned in the description below, this is all dependent on Square's servers. So, you know, there's only so much that we can do right out the gate. You know, if they can't load the game, then there's only so much that we can do. So we'll have to fight this for a little bit, and kind of go from there. They are getting absolutely hammered right now. It's pretty impressive to see. The launcher doesn't even load completely for me right now. So I can, you know, put in my password and all that. It just hangs. So I might have to wait and see. I'll let it hang for just a little bit. Yeah, launcher's chugging hard to come back in. I'm already seeing a couple people in Discord that are getting 700 to 1,000 Q. That's pretty crazy. So I'm not going to close the launcher this time. I'm going to let it sit for a little bit. Yeah, this is the first boss. Launcher Savage. Don't give up, launcher. Ganbare. You can do it. 503 on launcher. Wow. This did not take long. This game is going to break some records, I think. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, so most of the people getting in, there are a couple people getting in right now, but they are using XIV Launcher, the modded plugin. So just kind of a heads up that is an option if you use it. I do not. I have no intention of downloading it or using it. I'm very much a no mods kind of person for the most part. You know, I have a couple things that I use just for personal reference. You know, I'll turn on ACT and stuff sometimes just so people try to tell me that, you know, just so people don't try and tell me that I don't know how to Red Mage or something. But beyond that, I'm very strict, very strict no mods kind of player. So yeah, so the launcher's up. obviously I'm not going to show my desktop, so just bear with me a little bit while I try getting it back in. It says checking. It's wow. I haven't seen it this backed up since probably around the time that Asmund started streaming. Pretty impressive. And then of course we have to actually get into the queue. That's going to be a whole other thing, right? We might be here for a little bit. I'm not too worried as long as we don't get the error 2002. That's the one where the entire data center is like where the entire data center is clogged up. That's the 17,000 plus for the entire data center. That means we're screwed. That means I'll have to stop the stream for a little bit probably. But yeah, you know, it's out of our hands. Have to just wait and see. Yeah, it's still checking. The launcher's up. I've got the screen and everything, but yeah, the actual play button has not appeared for me yet. It's just hanging on checking. It's trying. It's doing its best. Seen quite a few that are still getting lobby server errors, which is what happened to me. Okay. Still checking. Oh, the companion app button showed up. My launcher has crashed. Wonderful. No, not mine. I'm reading Discord right now. It's trying so hard. It's doing its best. And then I have to hope that it actually doesn't scuff Streamlabs. That's a whole other issue. All right, round 2. Connecting to data center. I'm just happy it's here. If I'm a few minutes behind, who cares? We're all going through the same journey. I'd like to get in there because it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I want to get at least a little bit done. I woke up at, I don't know, 4 o'clock this afternoon. I stopped. There it goes. There it goes. Here we go again. Round 3. Round 3. But yeah, I woke up at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's been a time. But yeah, like I said, it's out of our hands, so all I can do is just keep trying until it gives it a go. You know, I have no idea what it's going to take to get past the lobby connection error. That's a whole other boss to get by. You know, there's quite a few that I'm seeing in the Discord about the queue. So people are getting into queue. They're actually they're getting to their character screen. I don't know what they're doing to do it. I know quite a few are using XIV launcher, but I don't think that matters once you actually get into the game. The lobby connection error is entirely on Square Enix. There's not a whole lot you can do. Yeah, Air 2002. I'm guessing it's going to be Crystal, I guess. That's our luck. That is the 17,000 players. Not much we can do about it. All I can do is hope that enough people get kicked that I can squeeze in there into the early rush. I mean, it says a lot that I was up there pretty fast and it was already going. That's what I get for playing on the roleplay data center, huh? All right. I don't mind. I'll keep trying. We can just hang out. So if you are playing with me today, what are you guys up to? Are you guys just gonna wait a couple days? Just wanna don't play it, and you just want to watch the just want to watch others doing it? Yeah, what are you guys up to? Continuing the ominous years trend, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit, so I mean buckle in, guys. I don't think we're gonna get in for probably another half an hour. If it's anything like Shadowbringers was. You know, one thing that I think that they did do in Shadowbringers was they had a small cap to begin with, and they raised it gradually over time for the initial rush, which could be what they're doing here. So it could be much smaller than 17,000 players. Keep doing that until Launcher Coon manages to make it. Yeah, the 2002 errors is the one that they warned us about. It's kind of the one everyone was afraid of. I'm just really kind of impressed with how fast it got there. I mean, if I hadn't watched the loading screen, if I hadn't wanted to take a moment to enjoy it, then we would have gotten in probably. But the fact that I wanted to enjoy the loading screen is what did it. It was impressive, really. That was what, less than 10 seconds? Now I did once we actually get in, I did log out at the Rising Stones. So once we get through the queue, the instances and all of that should be taken care of. So I'm not super worried about it once we actually get into the game, but yeah. I don't know if there's a way to add a media device here, add a source. But let me see here. Let's see if I can add a window capture here. I'll lower it a little bit later. But yeah, this is what it's stuck on. doing what I can. But yeah, you click the little meteor thing and then you go back and it refreshes everything. But might not be the thing to do. You might need to just sit and wait. Apparently people on Crystal are saying 20k queues. Yeah. Which isn't surprising. Crystal does have the highest population, and obviously if anyone's going to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's us role players, right? But we'll just keep doing what we can. That's all I can do. But yeah, I'm curious about how long it's going to take us to get in here, and then what's going to happen when we actually get in. I am kind of curious what the queues are going to be like for dungeons and whatnot. Typically they go pretty fast just because there's so many people trying to do them, right? There you go. So third time's a charm. Gonna turn this off and get back in. I mean, I have a feeling we're gonna get kicked out again. There's not much that I can do with the Era 2002. That just means it's too many players. Yeah, see, I can already tell it's gonna kick again. At least we don't have the giant yelling. Riding home. Yeah, it's struggling. There it is. There it is. All right. Try number 4. Okay, Windows. I hear you. All right, back to it. Take a drink of water here. But I imagine we're all kind of in this together, so at least you're not alone. And quite a few saying queues are starting to speed up. So yeah, I have a feeling that they started it with a much lower limit than it's supposed to, and then they're going to gradually ramp it up. I mean, it's really the only way to do it. I mean, the server's getting slammed with 20,000 people at once. It's much. They've gotta like hard cap it at a certain point. It'd probably be 15 to 20 minute increments, I would guess. All right, so we'll hear the beginning of the Endwalker title screen yet again. It is beautiful, though. I don't mind it too much. I mean, it is an absolutely gorgeous screen. Yeah, we're gonna get 202'd again. I can already tell. If it takes more than a second or two. Yep. Too many people on Crystal. What I get, I guess. And I don't really want to level on my my alts yet. I mean, I guess I could try Primal, but no, Kyra's my Warrior of Light. I've got to do it on Kyra, right? She's my true self. Okay. Give it a bit, yeah. Well, I mean, I'll sit here for a couple of hours. It doesn't matter to me. It's obviously not the most entertaining stream when you're doing it. I'm sure it'll make for some nice clips or something later. A compilation video of how many tries it took me to get in. Maybe I'll do that later. But that's a problem for future me. It's weird that you can still create characters and stuff, though. The actual server capacity status hasn't been updated yet. I think they said that they're going to disable it on certain servers for the opening, anyways. Oh man, I feel bad for this other guy in my Discord. He's already had 12 of the 2002 errors. That's ridiculous. Yeah, if there's more than 17,000 people in login queue for the DC, it'll stop responding to the new people. So basically, we have to like hope that we get in, like in the times between the drops. Hey, woo! See what our queue's like here on Balmung. 3,000. All right. But we got in. I'm surprised, honestly. I really expected it to take longer. Now, for you guys watching, let me know how the audio levels are. For a new expansion, I tend to listen to it pretty loud. Oh yeah, you like my shirt? I got this not long ago at Hot Topic, my new Sailor Moon shirt. I figured it'd be kind of appropriate, right? But yeah, I tend to listen to my music and stuff pretty loud, so it sounds great coming through these, but I don't know how it's coming through to you guys. I've got it like 11 decibels lower from max right now, plus it's about 70 master volume in the game. If you want me to adjust it, let me know. I just want to make sure that everyone can like hear me and hear the music and have a good time all the way around, audio mixing, it's not my strong suit. We'll put it that way. You'd think after 17 years of playing guitar, I'd know a little bit more about what I'm doing, but the guitar I just plug in and I go from there. Let me adjust my white balance a little bit here. And now I'm kind of green. Okay. That'll be fine. I don't mind being a little red-faced. But yeah, so just let me know how the audio mix is. If you want me to turn it up, turn my voice up or whatnot. Well, my microphone I can't really turn up because then you'll get a bunch of trucks passing by. But yeah, just let me know how things are going with the music and everything, especially new expansion. Everything's fresh. We've only really heard footfalls and a little bit of like the boss music and everything. So, obviously the music is a pretty major part of the game. So if you guys want me to crank it up a little bit more, I'm more than happy to. Oh. But I'm ready to go to Charlian. I'm ready. I can't wait. Yeah, just this a little. Well, we're getting there. I can't remember. They said at one point like how much it actually goes up and down. I think it's like every 50 or so is what they aim for, 50 to 70. Oh wow, someone got an Arrow 2002 when they were already in queue. That's impressive. I've never heard of that happening before. Yeah, someone's asking if Shadowbringers was this bad. But basically, like, yeah, they were pretty bad even then too. I had the same problem on Shadowbringers. It's nothing unique. Once you get in, the servers tend to be pretty stable, so I'm not too worried once we actually start on our journey. But yeah, it's getting in that's always the hard part. I mean, this isn't unique. I had the same issue with Shadowbringers when it came out. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty par for the course. They've got a hard cap on everything, so it doesn't really matter how popular the game is. Once it hits that hard cap, it hits that hard cap. So, only goes so fast, pretty much regardless of the circumstances. So yeah, I mean, queue of 2,900. It's gonna take a little bit to get in, I would guess. Oh, we're probably looking at about, what time is it now? 3:20. I would guess about 3:45 we'll get in, maybe a little bit after. Who knows? It could take up to an hour. Let's see here. Oh, my subscription renewed today. How fun. How convenient. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be looking at about a 20-minute wait or so. It's just interesting because I can't even look at Kyra the whole time. Oh wow, there we go. See, it jumped up by about 100. Um, Here we go. So while we're waiting, I'm gonna go get a quick snack real quick. We're gonna be in this for the long haul, so I'm gonna take as many breaks now as I can, and get all of that stuff out of the way. Obviously, I can't see out of one eye right now, so I'll leave you guys with the loading screen and the music for now, and yeah, we'll be back here in about 10 minutes or so. See if we made any progress with you. All right. All right, so we're getting there, little by little. Oh yeah, these cookies. Yeah, the most powerful cookies to ever exist. They're a little late in this season, though. They still seem Halloween themed. I figured they'd be like blue or red by now for Christmas. Yeah, love these things. These are like, I don't know why. I think it's just like anyone that grew up near a Walmart as a kid definitely remembers having these cookies a lot. In LA, these cookies were really the only way that we could tell the seasons because we didn't really get many seasons. So we made it through 400. We'll see how long it takes. You know, the big thing with it is that it's really kind of tricky because we have to wait for people to log out to log in. But with it being a new expansion, no one's going to want to log out. So a lot of the people are a lot of the reason the queue would go down at this point is because of either bots getting caught, which I'm sure the GMs are like on top of it. You know, all hands on deck. And then people getting auto kicked, but that won't happen for about 30 minutes or so. So here in 2 minutes, we should have a wave go up. Maybe knock out another 100 or so. Getting all the sprinkles on me. But yeah, I'm excited. I just hope my voice holds up. Like I said, I've been coughing really bad since my COVID infection. But at least my bones don't hurt anymore. That's a good sign. It's just It's so weird. Like, if you haven't had COVID yet, and you didn't have many side effects from the shots or whatever, after my second shot, I just slept for like 17 hours straight. It was so weird because like your bones, like, they don't necessarily hurt, like they're kind of sore, but everything's so cold. Like, I was underneath 4 layers of blankets the other night, and I was still just like shivering. And yeah, it's just the weirdest feeling. Thankfully, I can still taste everything. I didn't lose my sense of smell or anything like that. I think a large part of it is because I got vaccinated. So it could have been a lot worse. I just have no idea where I got it from. My brother, I think, is the one that kind of gave it to everyone in the family a second time, and it was weird because he never goes out. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm fine now, but my voice, I do apologize if it's a little monotone or a little low. It's kind of scratchy right now. I say as I eat a very dry and soft cookie. A few people getting below 1,000 already. Alrighty. Oh yeah, the biggest trick for you guys that want to get in. If you haven't bound one of your keybinds to like auto target an object, that's what you need to do. There's going to be so many people around everything that you can't see the object you're supposed to target. So yeah, get used to that button. Oh, people posting they're logging in and getting the mentor renewal notice because they up the requirements. Oh my god, these poor summoner, and all of his buttons are gone. Thankfully, Red Mage doesn't look too bad. If anything, like, they lower power across the board for most classes. I was looking at the Red Mage stuff. Red Mage got buffed. Like, man, we got some good potency buffs. It's going to take me like 5 levels to get my muscle memory back where it needs to be with the new acceleration and modification and all of that. Like 99% of Red Mage kind of stays the same, and we just add an extra finisher. But like, when you've been playing something for so long, just that one little change can throw everything off. You know, sometimes I'll be down synced and I'll still like try pressing Scorch or something, even though I don't have it at that sync level, you know. So yeah, it's gonna take some time to kind of get used to relearning everything. I shouldn't have to change too much with the bindings, I'm hoping. Shuffle some stuff around maybe, but that's about it. But yeah, I'm ready for new zones. I'm ready for new music. Like I said, I've tried to avoid the data mining and stuff, but people have been kind of talking about it just like in a very vague sense, and apparently like the tracks are like incredibly good. So so yeah, I am super pumped for all of that. You know, the music is probably one of my favorite parts of the new expansions. Seeing all of that for the first time, and listening to it and seeing what Soken's been up to. You know, especially after everything that he's been through this past year, I imagine his own personal bar was pretty high. So So yeah, I'm still not sure about Labyrinthos. I'm still not sure about the accordion music, but everything else seems pretty lit, and just a little bit of what we heard from like the launch trailer and stuff sounds pretty fantastic. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! Oh my god, how? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of frustrating. I don't know how I got 202 to while in queue. That's just rude. That is kind of frustrating. Like, I try to be understanding, but getting that like after already getting through the queue the first time, that's annoying. I wonder if it like kicked everyone else back, or like I kind of wonder if maybe it, I don't know. I kind of wonder if maybe it's because like it feels like we are AFK. I don't know why it would do that when we're in queue, but that's the only thing that I can think of. Yeah, it seems like the launcher issues are kind of solved, but now you have to beat the queue boss. Yeah. Yep. Here we go again. Yeah, once we get back in the queue, maybe I'll surf Reddit or something like that. See what kind of memes are going on in the 14 subreddit. Okay. Back to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind getting 202 errors whenever I'm just trying to connect to the data center, but having it happen while I'm in queue is pretty annoying, yeah. Yeah, it could be a while before we get in. I apologize. I might I might turn off the webcam and just kind of and let it run for a little bit. We'll see. But yeah, getting kicked out while in queue is annoying. Okay. Just give me a second here, guys. Yeah, so yeah, all I can really do is keep trying. Seeing people with 6,000. Oh wow, Tonberry has the 6,000 queue. That is insane. That is nuts. Hmm. Well, at least the launcher is working, so that's a good. I do feel bad for Square because like it's not even necessarily their fault. They did what they could, but the semiconductor shortage is just making it too hard to get server infrastructure. Hmm. Odd. Alright, so I'm seeing someone that might have a trick. We'll see if it works or not. Oh god, that sucks. So apparently Comcast has some planned outages coming up soon. Oh boy, that's fun. Rip to trying something else here. Oh. See if this does the trick or not. If not, I got nothing. All we can do is keep trying. Okay, that worked. Now the Q boss. Oh wow, that really worked. Okay, well, we're gonna be here a while. So you know what? I'm not gonna turn off the stream, but I am going to turn off the webcam and my mic for just a little bit. Get some stuff done off to the side, just some work that I gotta get taken care of real quick. I'll be back in like once the queue gets to about 2,000, I'll come back. All right. So just bear with me a little bit. Yes. All right. Give me a little bit. All right. Thanks, guys. you guys hanging in there. So I'll probably pop mine on the mic every now and then. And yeah, it just gives data to the YouTube. Just to see how y'all are doing, making sure you're still alive out there. This is gonna be interesting to watch a year from now, isn't it? But the fact that I actually got to see my characters this time is a pretty big step up from what it used to be. Um, so that's progress. We're making it. I am curious what Twitter's like right now. I'm curious. I'm tempted, I should say, to hop on over there and take a look, but I don't want any spoilers at all. So it's a bit of a catch-22. I'll just have to remain curious. But yeah, hang in there, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. I've got an idea to kill some time. I can't do it quite the way that I would normally do it because it require like switching up all of my audio devices, which I can't really do while I'm streaming. But yeah, give me just a moment. I'll come back here and All right, so I don't know if this is gonna work all that well. We'll see. Um, just because it's a little awkward, but I'll try and do my best here. Um, Probably can't hear it all that well just because it's just my microphone. Um, but yeah, so this is Mercy. Mercy is my James Hetfield Snakebite LT. And yeah, figure why not. Let's play around a little bit, shall we? Not like we're doing anything else for the next little bit. Haven't clipped my nails in a while either. So but yeah, so um I haven't really had a chance to really learn a bit of like video game music and whatnot. I can't play like Metroidvania or anything like that, but I'm trying to avoid anything that would get a copyright struck, you know. But um, you know, I've been playing for a while now, and I'm not great or anything like that. It's just, you know, mostly rhythm stuff. But yeah, I'd like to play around a little bit. Yeah, it's almost it's too quiet for the microphone for the microphone to hear. And I can't really sing and play at the same time. That's like always been my white whale. I wish I had learned how to do that early on when I first started playing, is sing sing and play it at the same time. But yeah, it's fun. I try and do my best. Yeah. Can't really pick it up all that well with my current noise gate settings. Hard to do it because this seat is really not productive to a giant explorer type guitar because of the armrests. I have to sit hunched over and like barely on the seat. It kind of hurts after a while. I need to get like a nice little stool or something like that, um, and just to play it. But I'd like to do some streams. I mean, it sounds quite a bit different when I'm running it through, you know, Guitar Rig 5 or something like that. But that would require setting up like my entire audio interface and all of that stuff, and dealing with all kinds of driver issues and stuff. I like my little audio box i2, I think is what it is. But the drivers that it has does not play all that well with like Streamlabs and stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of setup. I could try running it through my amp, but that's even more setup that, like I said, I don't really understand like hardly any of it. As far as like how to hook up all of that stuff, I don't know how recording people do it. But you know, when I worked in movies and stuff, they always said, you know, if you want the highest paying job just right out of the gate, in film and television, get into sound. Like they said, it's not the acting or anything like that. Get into sound. They're always looking for sound guys, the people that know how to do the sound stuff. You know, they're really specialists. And that's something I've always wanted to learn how to do. It's way beyond me. I've tried learning and it doesn't do all that well. All I can really play is a bunch of Metallica covers more than anything. Yeah, you probably can't even hear that with the noise gate on. I did try learning a little bit of the twinning. I was trying to play it a little bit earlier, but I don't think the mic was picking it up. Yeah, a long fall. I don't know if you guys have been watching like musicians reacting to it. I think everyone knows Alex McCullough, who's just fantastic, and him and Husky just did that anime intro and everything for Final Fantasy. Just wonderful. But one of the streamers that I've been watching lately is Hurtbox TV, and I really like him because he reacts to a bunch of video game music, but he learns how to play it by ear as he listens to it, and the way his streaming is set up, like you can see the fretboard and everything, just like very very clearly, which is really nice because stuff like a Long Fall or the Shadowbringers theme or whatever, um, it's hard to find decent tabs for. And if you're learning covers, tabs is really kind of the way to go for most people. So you really have to try and find videos of people playing it and then follow their finger movements. Um, and yeah, a lot of people just don't know what they're what they're doing when they're recording it. Obviously the primals would be the main source, but those are professional video edits, so always moving around and can't really focus on any one player for too long, so it's hard to get their fingering right on him. But yeah, Hurtbox has some really really good tutorials, and him playing along with stuff like the twinning, and yeah, it makes it very easy to follow along. I went from trying to learn how to do it on my own for pretty much the past 2 years to learning how to do it pretty quickly just after watching like his video for 5 minutes. It's not easy. My bar chords are not my strong suit, and chords in general. The solo stuff I was able to do pretty quickly, just from ear. But those are just individual notes. Chord stuff always gives me trouble. I normally don't like to turn up the gain, but just give me a second. I'll turn it up just a little bit, just to see if you guys can. Oh, that's changing the whole thing. Ugh. No, that's not gonna work. Definitely not gonna work. That's gonna blow everyone's ears out. All right, so I'm gonna put Mercy up, and we're getting a little bit lower there on Q. We'll be right back. All right, there we go. Yeah, at some point or another, I'd like to like actually set up the audio box and do a guitar stream. I don't know. Maybe if I ever open up memberships or something like that, that's something that I can we can consider. Not doing it anytime soon. I mean, I know how to set it up, but I don't have a lot of space to like keep it set up, so it's kind of a lot of work to actually prepare for it. But it is something that I'd like to do at some point in the future. But you know, all I can do is just kind of take that as it comes. I'll probably look back at the VOD of this and just be like, "What the hell was he doing?" but but yeah, so it's something to do. Let's see here. Adjust the gain a little bit more on it. Try and turn it down. These Yetis, I'd like to get a different microphone at some point. I like my Yeti. It's a great starting microphone, and it really teaches you a lot about audio. But it's not the best microphone. We'll put it that way. It's way too sensitive. So just the slightest adjustment to my gain just completely messes with everything. It's probably fine if you've got like an actual studio or something, you know, sound barriers and all of that. But for me, I start getting this really nasty hiss and whatnot. That's something that, you know, a lot of I've noticed a lot of people don't really talk about is like how they actually set up their streams with their own equipment. You know, there's a lot of general guides out there like, oh, this is what you need to set your noise gate to, just you know, that kind of stuff. It's always in a very general sense. A lot of streamers, like if you really like a particular streamer, you know, a lot of the individual people don't really go over their equipment all that much. And you find that a lot with musicians too. Like Metallica has a very distinct sound, but no one really knows like what kind of settings they're using. Now, obviously, they've got like millions of dollars of equipment that they can run it through. And you can get like a general sense like, oh, this is where the treble needs to be, this is where the bass needs to be, but like the actual individual settings as far as like their overdrive, their reverb, all of that stuff, really the only people that know their actual settings are going to be them and their techs. And yeah, that's why you can always tell, you know, James Hetfield has a very specific sound. Eddie Van Halen had a very specific sound. Um, and um, and yeah, it's hard to find like settings for any individual if you're a fan of a particular musician or particular streamer or anything like that. You know, most of them will put up what their equipment is, maybe a general guideline as far as their settings go, but not a whole lot of people will kind of go over their individual settings. Um, Here's a VTuber that I like, Alice from Nijisani or Nijisanji. She plays guitar every now and then, and the first time I ever saw her, she was actually using guitar rig, and she had it up on screen so you could actually see what she was doing. I mean, just basic, you know, acoustic stuff, nothing fancy. But I thought that was really cool because I didn't see a whole lot of people that actually went through the trouble of actually showing their program and software stream. Devin Townsend's, you know, whenever he streams on Twitch is really good about that kind of stuff too. Because he'll actually go through and produce songs on Twitch, specifically like for Twitch, which is interesting. Like you don't see a whole lot of big name musicians like Devin Townsend doing that kind of stuff. So I thought that was really cool. All right. So I'm gonna take another 10-minute break. I'm sorry I'm taking all of these breaks. Like I said, I want to get it done now rather than once we get into game. Because once we get into game, I'm basically going to be sitting here um, for several hours. So I want to get all my stretches and stuff in while I can. So I'll be back here in just a little bit. Bear with me. Okay, so as you saw, I got 202'd again, but like right when that happened, like 3 other people in my Discord said the same thing. So I'm kind of wondering if it's not like a server tick that like affects a whole lot of people at the same time. So if you are 2002'd while in queue, it sounds like it's just something that happens in waves. Um, and you'll notice that I got back in, and when I got back in queue, it's about where I was. Now that was a protection that they put in not long ago. Like you'll notice that it updates about every 30 seconds or so. So as long as you can get back into the game within that amount of time, you're essentially your spot is saved. I remember that from a while back. Um, so yeah. So that's a yeah, so that's a possibility. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. Okay. So they are doing emergency maintenance to the lodestone login. So that could also be what's part of it. You're not going to be able to use the lodestone. Okay, so that's an interesting choice. It'd be funny if that was what was going to be what was the problem. Yeah, it'd be pretty funny if that was the problem the whole time, was that people were logging into their character profiles. Oh man. But yeah, anyways, so Era 2002 is not the end of the world now that the launcher is back up to date. As long as, what knocked me back out of queue the last couple times was just taking too long to get back through the launcher, having to wait for it to figure out what it's doing. Now that that's back in time, as long as you can get back into the game and logged in, then yeah, you're fine. All right, so we're getting there slowly, slowly but surely. Oh no, I'm looking at someone that got kicked out at 145 left in queue. That's brutal. I hope he can get back in time. You got to be fast about it, but yeah, your place in queue is held for a certain amount of time, thankfully. But it's not a long time. If the launcher does take forever, then yeah, you're kind of screwed. Um, but thankfully, it seems like the launcher is fixed, and it's yeah. I think the lodestone issues might be a pretty big part of it. I imagine that I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I imagine the launcher or the lodestone might be a pretty big target for like DDoSing and whatnot. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was part of the issue. Yeah, it's God, I don't even know what time it is. Ever since the Windows 11 update, the time doesn't show up on my second monitor. Um, yeah, we're over an hour after launch, and we're still in queue. So thanks for sticking with me this whole time. I don't want to restart the stream. I'll push this thing to the full 10-hour limit that YouTube gives. I have to. But yeah. All right. I'll be back. All right, so we're just about there, assuming there's no more catastrophic thing. Yeah, thankfully my voice is feeling a little bit better. I don't know. Maybe I got it going out to eat or something like that. Or my parents are bus drivers, so maybe they gave it to me. I don't know. But yeah, it was a rough couple days, man. Oh yeah, I can turn that off. Um, so I'm ready to just kind of chill. I'm glad that, I'm kind of glad for the day downtime because I did get some stuff done, applied to some more jobs and whatnot. I probably put in like 100 applications since I left retail in September. Haven't heard back from a single one. Well, that's not true. I did have to put in some writing samples for a pretty big media news site that wanted Final Fantasy 14 writers. They turned me down, which I thought was kind of funny. the uh the prompt, they had a few different prompts to choose from. One was like, how would you fix the housing situation? It's like, I mean, they've already discussed how they're going to fix the housing situations. That prompt's a little outdated, and I've already done a video about it anyways. I thought about just transcribing it and putting that in, but I thought it was going to go over their word limit. So I did one like, what are the best jobs for new players or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't give me any feedback as far as why they turned me down. It was like, okay. I thought it was funny more than anything. When it comes to the writing stuff, like I would like to do it because like I like writing for YouTube and stuff. And that's the thing is like they turned me down. Okay, well, I'll just write my stuff for YouTube and put it up here, right? But like the video editing and getting the footage and doing the voice recording and all of that just takes so much time. So just focusing on just the writing of it and doing that aspect would make things go a lot easier. But that's fine. I can still write, and I'll just put in the extra work to make some videos. I hope you guys liked my thank you video to Yoshi. I made all of those clips over the course of a day, just like trying to go through the unending journey and in the end and watch a bunch of old cutscenes. There are a lot of characters and stuff that I just didn't have enough time to put in there. Like Prelude is a pretty short song when you get right down to it, with the movements that I wanted to use with it. Because obviously got the big crescendo at around the 2:30 mark that I wanted to do to kind of focus on the community of Final Fantasy, right? So I really essentially only had 2 minutes of footage that I was able to actually use. And man, this game is taking us places. trying to like fit all of that into 2 minutes is pretty rough. But yeah, I was pretty happy with it. It's a pretty simple tribute, but you know, pretty much anything goes with Prelude, so yeah, put that up there and just show my appreciation for it. I've been playing this game for God at least 8 years now, 7, 8 years. I started in the tail end of Heavensward, so whenever that was. Then I stopped for like 3 or 4 years, and then picked it up again in BFA or so. Tail end of Stormblood. I can't remember the exact time, but yeah, I haven't looked back. That's the cool thing with this game is that it kind of reminds you of everything that you love about just Final Fantasy just as a series. So it kind of renewed that. I was always our family had a Sega Genesis growing up, so I didn't really have a chance to play a whole lot of Final Fantasy games. But my buddy let me borrow his PS2 and Final Fantasy X, and that was the first ever Final Fantasy that I beat. And yeah, that is, yeah. I have a lot of fond memories of the ending of 10, and it's still one of my favorite Final Fantasy games. But since then, I've gone back through and played a lot more old Squaresoft games, and obviously Chrono Trigger's like my favorite. And yeah, this game just kind of renews that sense of joy about the franchise as a whole. And yeah, I'm pretty thankful for it. There are definitely worse fandoms to be a part of than the Final Fantasy fandom. I can put it that way. Could be in the Star Wars fandom. That could you imagine placing yourself in your own personal hell? Like, it's fine to like Star Wars, but I don't think I would ever like consider myself part of the fandom for it. Like, that's just no. I couldn't do it. I can be an asshole, but I'm not that big of an asshole. You got to put aside a lot of shame to enter that realm. Yeah, I'll stick with Final Fantasy. I like fandoms where the fans are about enjoying what they supposedly are fans of. I couldn't do fandoms where everything's super judgmental. It's not my style. Yeah, let's hope I can get in before another 2002. It seems like it happens every so often. We'll see. Seems like about every 2,000 people is when it does it. So I'm hoping we can avoid it this time. We're gonna be like right there on the edge. Running on 2 hours of sleep, gang. Rise up. Yeah, no kidding. I've been like riding it most of the day. But like I've been so excited. Like, I tried to nap for a little bit. I got maybe like 40 minutes of like rest. So I mean, that whenever I nap like that, it doesn't take a whole lot to give me a lot of juice. So yeah. Hopefully that'll do it. Worst comes to worst, I go and get more coffee or more tea. I have plenty more green tea to choose from. In fact, I might do that if I can actually get into the game. I might make another pot of tea real quick and just keep that going. Get a new tea bag. 'Cause yeah, once I'm in it, I'm in it. Once I'm in, we are good to go. I just hope they didn't lower the queue times to, or the auto log out to like 10 minutes or whatever. I'm feeling I'm getting antsy. I would go make the tea now, but like I don't want to when there's still the possibility of getting to 202. I wanna wait it out. I want to see it through. Text. I want to see it through. If I can see it through, we'll be good. I can see it through to the Rising Stones. Pray return. We can get to that point, then I'll consider it a success. Get some tea and sit in for the long haul. I thought that's what I was doing an hour and a half ago, but the servers had other plans. But thanks for watching with me and taking it in stride. I hope I've been, I don't know, positive enough. I try to be. Doesn't always work out. I can rage sometimes. That's why I don't play Apex all that much. I'm just not good enough at it. I don't have the gumption for shooters. I'd like to stream Forza, but I have a feeling trying to run Forza at the settings that I like to run it to get my screenshots and stuff and stream it at the same time, I don't think my computer can handle it. I think that's definitely a two computer kind of streaming game. Oh god, we're so close. Now that we're under the 1,000, like I'm feeling it. We're there. I'm trying so hard to avoid like the streamer channels right now and the spoiler channels in my Discord because they like to talk about where people are in the story, and it's pretty rough. Because I'm so tempted. Like I'm someone that I need like a lot of stuff going on at once. Like I'll have like 2 tabs open plus doing something on my phone, right? So like a lot of reading like spoiler channels and stuff is more habit than anything, just because people aren't chatting fast enough to keep me interested. Um so like trying to avoid something when I've got like an unread messages notice in Discord is pretty rough. And it is kind of annoying that like that message still pops up. Like I don't need an unread messages thing just because someone posted in a channel. Like I've got all of my settings set up that it shouldn't give me that message. I've got my notification settings for only mentions pretty much everywhere across the board. But for some reason it still tells me, "Hey, go read this thing." And I don't want to do it. I will do my best. I will resist. I'm even trying to change it now and it's not working. Oh man, we're getting to the point where it's like not able to log people out fast enough to get new people in. That's where we're at right now. You can feel it. When it's done 2 or 3 ticks and the queue has not moved, that's the danger zone. You're close enough to feel it, but far enough away that you can still get you can still get the error. You can still get locked out. You can still get locked out while you're loading in. Yeah, so apparently the login servers are hammered, but once you get in, apparently it's pretty smooth. No issues so far, which is kind of what everyone expected. I mean, there's a reason they gave us that giant like 2-page notice about, hey guys, there's gonna be login problems, which they've never done before. Like that's how dire it's been trying to get the server hardware and infrastructure up and running. But yeah, once you get in, I mean, that's how they keep it stable, is they let you know all of this stuff is they let you know up front what's going on. And yeah, I'd rather have the login bottleneck than the servers constantly crashing, you know? And it does seem like when the queue does finally pop through, it's lowering itself by like about 100 or so. It's just taking a while to get to that point. Oop. I'm ready. I'm ready to visit some new zones. I'm ready to see some new sights, hear some new music, fight some new mobs. Oh wow, so this is interesting. Got Seed of Sacrifice in progress with a pretty decent group with Echo buff, tons of shields and tank LB3 casters and healers. Tank LB3 casters and healers didn't have enough HP to survive the intermission. Wow. So they were not joking about things being harder with the downscaling. That is pretty nuts. Hmm. That's pretty bad if LB3 and heals and everything couldn't survive it just from the intermission alone. That's pretty nuts. So I wonder what it's going to be like stepping out of the Rising Stones and going to Limsa, because I assume that's the first spot we're going to go. I assume we're gonna get on the boat and hit the new place pretty early on. But I'm curious about how many bunny boys we're gonna see. I'm really excited for Rothgals. I'm curious what they're gonna look like. I know there was some concept art from 10, so it's not like necessarily a completely foreign concept. But I don't know if they're gonna go with that route or if they're gonna try something unique. You know what? Oh, so close. I wonder how many people are getting kicked right now or just bots. I mean, it's a problem. But I mean, like I said, they've been pretty on top of it. Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm ready. I'm so excited, man. I am so excited and ready to be here. But I'm also excited to go make another thing of tea. Yeah, I'm gonna be Red Mage for the whole time for the MSQ, and then once we're done with the main story, it'll be switching over to Sage, and that'll be the next thing I level. I'm putting everything else on hold until I get Sage leveled. I don't know. I'm not. I've mentioned it a billion times before. I'm just not super into the Reaper thing. I might like it once I actually play it, but yeah, Sage is the one that I'm excited about. I just think it looks great. The weapons are cool. The concept is really neat. I hear it's a little more complicated than people expect, but I don't mind that. I'm curious to go back and level Monk to 90 as well and see those changes, because man, they just guttered those positionals. And that was, I mean, for 90% of people that stop playing Monk, that seems to be the big issue, is the positional. So, yeah, excited about that, and having just like a regular rotation again. Yeah, and they're making it a little bit closer to Dragoon. It sounded like Sage feels so good in dungeons. Wow. Okay. I am excited. I'm very excited. 178. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Like I said, once we get in, I'm gonna take just one last like very quick break. I've got a Keurig. It shouldn't take long to heat up. To make some more tea, do my final stretches, and then we're getting into this. And yeah, I'll be streaming, and like I said, until I can't stream anymore, either because YouTube won't let me or because I pass out. So we're at about the 2 hour mark before I'm even in the game. YouTube, I think, has a what, a 10 hour limit? If I'm still awake at 10 hours and I still want to keep going, I just might make a second stream. We'll see. I don't know. I might not have any other options. This world is currently full. I'm aware it's Balmung. Always full. But at least we're getting like into the range of like, this is a normal queue for me. You know, yesterday when I was, or the other day, Wednesday before the server shut down, I mean, I had what, 50, 65 Q. So I mean, it's not completely unknown. We're in that range, boys. We are in that range. We're getting there. Hey, there we go. All right, so I'm gonna turn my desktop on. Balance gauge unlocked. Cool. Nice. I do need to adjust that a little bit because that now has my little markers. All right, so we are in it. All right, so give me, ooh, give me a few minutes. We're gonna go ahead, get started here, and play the game after I get one more pot of tea. All right. All right. So here we are. We have officially entered Endwalker. And yeah, I am in this seat, barring natural disaster or incontinence. So let's have fun. Let's enjoy the journey together. And thanks for coming along with me. All right. Avano is feeling the need to take stock. Hi, Red. Do you have some time to talk? Okay. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. I guess we got a nice little recap. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephori. I can't remember the name of them. Okay. The Telefori's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close to rescuing anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Ehrenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Palm and fist, nod head. Yet while these threats close to home are a paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telephoroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. I can't do Orianchi. I can't do Uber Danger. Sorry. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a searing edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way in Charlie, and I'm sure of it. Master Fortuneau's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Should I make her a Southern Belle? Should that be what I make Tataru? We've just received word from Mistress Kyle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. I'm sticking with it. I don't even care. You're to head to Limsa Lamensa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourself as associates of the students of Baldesion. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Ah, the music. I love it, the music. I'm pumped. Let's do it. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Thanks, Tataru. Not sure about the quest accept music, it's a little different. But that's alright. We'll make do. First and foremost, though, I need to make sure that I have all of this upright. Okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing, like, I wasn't missing some, you know, voice acting there or something. There's apparently more voice acting in this than has ever been done in any of the expansions, so, it's gonna be a lot. I apologize for my Southern Belle Tataru, if you want to call it that. But we do what we must. Okay. I could have taken the Aether right, but that's alright. I'll slow boat it. Volume-wise. It seems quieter for some reason. There we go. Like I said, let me know how the audio levels are. If you can't hear me or the music's too loud or I'm too loud, I'll adjust it as needed. No. Man, I just went through all of the markets and have not seen a single bunny boy. Wait, no, one bunny boy. One, count them, one. I expected more of you, Balmung. I'm very disappointed. Oh god. Here we go. I had to remember which of my buttons it was that, that automatically targets. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlotte should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Can't believe I've become one of those streamers. Ooh. Oh, so we're going to Rosette Han first? Oh wait, no. We're going to Charlotte. That sounded very Rosette Han music.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
So, none of this sounds good. This sounds like, hey guys, you're not gonna last this expansion, and I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Oh, I like the new emote.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
I love these two.
Better.
Aw, Tataru.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Jonathan Bailey. I'm glad he's back.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back. You know I will. Maybe. If Ishikawa doesn't get to me first.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori Boulder. Nice.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation. so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
So glad that they're here.
We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
I'll do my best, but I don't think it's gonna work. Are we gonna get there smoothly, or is something going to interrupt us on our journey?
And so you venture
Oh,
forth.
damn it. He is gonna be the narrator.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Well, here we go. I really have no idea what to expect, but man, there's so much that's just like super ominous already. We're like 10 minutes into this, and we're already at that point. Oh, answers, wow.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
I mean, all things considered, it's a pretty roomy ship.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
She sounded a little different to me, too.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Will do. Is this where we finally meet Vinette? Yeah.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Eidolon, huh? Well, so she is Eidolon, or Eidolon speaking through Vinette. I don't know, man. Like, some of the things that Eidolon's done are kind of like, I'm not so sure. I gotta go a little bit with Emmett on this one. I'm kind of mad at you, Eidolon.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal.
Primal, piano rendition of Answers is awesome. Wonder if it was Keiko who did it.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
So... okay, so time is starting to, like, merge.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
I guess she's speaking to the Unsundered Wanderer, Azim, right?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Certainly an introduction. It's one way to kick off an expansion. Nothing super revealing, but Definitely sets the stage.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
No, not yet. I'm ready to.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Come on, give me that Charlian theme. Give me that cool, cool aetherite.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Wow, footfalls already.
There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Ready. Do it. Just stroll on into that library. Title screen? Title screen? Yeah. Boon.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars,
how's that work?
Hold all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I do like that not only is he back, but they had an excuse to bring him back for some new lines for all of this.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Well, we're already here now. And you have a habit of disappearing.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its border. If one submits the proper paperwork with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Okay.
quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Hey.
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
It's time to shine, buddy.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Yeah, that checks out.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Never mind the twins. Surely they won't raise any red flags.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Interesting.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Oh ho! See how this goes down.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Ooh. Gossip in the streets. They just young thugs now.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Don't start fights.
We shall keep that in mind.
They'll be fine. Maybe.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Oh. Just a, should I go with the champion of Eorzea? I'll do adventure by trade. That's normally what Kyra is, right? I'm now wearing my my craftsman overalls for the artisan.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided.
Wow, she is smug.
You may enter.
Oof. I don't like her.
And you, sir?
Yeah. This should be interesting.
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
You know, I don't think I ever knew that his last name was Varlino. That's kind of cool.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Come on, man, you can do it. Don't think too hard.
If you'll allow me.
Oh, Ryle to save the day.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Mm-hmm.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
And like everyone's here but Tataru, I feel bad for her.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Let's. First things first is learn all the Aetherites.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Thank God he didn't have to come up with an excuse. I can only imagine what it would have been. Oh. Yeah, sorry about that. So here we are. Well, I guess, start this first. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Well, you see, Estinian. Some people don't like it when you get money through certain methods. Okay. Ah! Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crysturium, yes. In fact, Oh, well, we should let Kryl have her say first. Okay. Doubtless eager to take in the sights, not to worry, Kyra. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Kyra. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. What do you guys say, Thingard? Even allowing that the years I spent in the first pass here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now. That's all that matters. Okay. Alright, Kryl. Send us along. Glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. Oh god, my bags. Huh, that's odd. That doesn't seem as smooth as it used to. I wonder why. Oh, it's probably just lag from all the people. That's the deal. thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Kyra and Estinian's first time in Charlene, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places that you wish to visit and people you're dying to see, therefore I propose we postpone our agenda, never mind the world ending and all that, so that you all may have a sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? Just peachy. This is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levior estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of the old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Perfect. And some gobbies. Got the old usuals. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. That's about as gruff as I can get, I'm sorry. Aww. Trial wants to be friends with Estinian. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Ooh. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Kyra, Charlene awaits. It's gonna take me a little bit to get used to the to that quest accept music. I'm gonna switch my chat over. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Raha Tia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area using the Aethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying, next try speaking with Kryl. So this is the new G-Post system that they were talking about. It'll be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. The glowing area, and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Huh. Sorry, the microphone is covering my keyboard so I can't see. It's cool. It's awesome that they're like part of it now. I wonder if I'll be able to like go back and do it more later. What do we got? And the main Aetherite there. a shame I can't have them run. Let's see. There we go. Or maybe I can, I don't know. Let's see, I'm not super used to the G-pose when it comes to like other characters, so it's gonna take me a bit to get used to it. So the camera feels like way floatier than it used to. Oh, that's why, because it was targeting Graha. I could play with this forever. Here we go. Alright, give me a second here. Screen. Oh, that's bright. Let's turn down the colorfulness just a little bit here. Oh, that's right. It was, not the bloom. It was the HDR that was doing it last time. I, had to play around quite a bit to make my thumbnail. And it kind of messed up a lot. I was trying to get rid of the ring around the moon, right? And didn't go so well. There we go. Much better. Much better, yeah. And just, nice. This is a lot closer to what I normally like it at. I probably should have saved all of like my previous settings before There we go. Yeah, it's still a little dark. Doesn't help that it's like super overcast though. I might play around with that as we go along. This is probably not the best spot for it, but you know me and literally anything involving cameras. I will take the time to enjoy it. Now the problem is I can't actually use any of these aetherites, or it's gonna bump me. I'm sure the quest is gonna take us through all of these areas anyways, but I want to go ahead and get this done so I don't forget. So this is the Baldesion Annex, okay. God, that's so wild that Excel like casts it instantly. That's gonna take some time to get used to. Aside from that, I don't have anything really new until later. Yeah. don't see anything, there you go. Olivia, yeah. I don't see anything that needs to be taken off the bars. Music's great. I love it. A very pretty area over here. I can see us having a lot of fun with this in here on Crystal. They even put in little benches. They're always thinking of us, our peers. I love it. It's the little things. Yeah, you'll probably notice I'm not really taking in too many of the sites other than like some of like the foliage and whatnot. And that's probably just because I spent so much time in Idleshire. Like, it's Charlian architecture. We've seen it a billion times, so it's not like entirely new. It's more to me about the music and just seeing how big it is more than anything. Open emote list. Can I change him? No. So I can't do anything with him, really. Now, can I make them face the camera? I guess not. Self-squadron only, okay. Yeah. Okay, so they are following, like, their eyes are anyways. I love it. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. God, this city is just gigantic. I mean, they did say it's like the largest city they've ever done. And what's really cool with it is that, I mean, size-wise, I'm sure like Ul'dah and Gridania might be as large, but you'll notice that this isn't broken up. Like, there's no loading zone here, and that's what makes it so much larger. That's so cool. Like, they're finally getting rid of a lot of the limitations that the old PlayStation stuff had on it. Like, that's why there's so many loading zones and stuff in the old world. But here it's finally just one big open city, just like the Crystarium. Yeah, I love it. It's great. This should unlock everything, I think. Turn my heat up a bit because it's starting to get a little chilly. Yay! I do love the Charlian theme too. It's gorgeous. And it's so blue. Like, look how blue that water is. Isn't that just beautiful? I would like to see it without an overcast sky, though. I wonder if we will get up to a point where, like, the sky does clear up a bit. Because obviously it's, like, super sunny and pretty in the opening cutscene, right? Oh. So here's one of the little circles. Discuss the storage facility. All the unusual wares coming and going at all hours. I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks with pique your I'm getting tongue-tied. Jonathan Bailey, I am not. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. What if I just talk? I'm grateful to have Cryos help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it with all new eyes, as you are. Okay, so just have like one line when you just talk. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It might not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. You sit in a shadowy corner of the cafe. Oh my god! They've already got it implemented. That is amazing. That is cool. Is that new Mog Station stuff? Is that... I gotta see. Give me a second. Yeah, Black Bosom, Void Reaper. No, so I wonder where... Hunt boards. Leave meat. Yeah, where do you get them then? I guess that's maybe new gold saucer stuff? Potted Spencer. Yeah, I would assume it would have to be new gold saucer stuff, right? Discuss the Giants. I'm sorry that I started laughing so much. It's really, how does it work? Did you guys see that he already got jailed once after coming back for having a capital G gamer name, and then he tried to sass the GM. I have to give a lot of credit to the GM for having as much patience as they did in dealing with that idiot. So we'll see how long he lasts. I'm guessing probably not long. But trust me, trust me, Yoshi, there's been lots of discussions about the giant statue in the harbor. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The giant statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldesian, I was actually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. The path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, and alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as to say the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Does he say anything different when we talk? Okay, so they don't say anything different. Don't say anything new, okay. Oh my god, the RPers are out in full force. I love it. I love to see it. We have a new cafe, friends. It's a beautiful sight. Any other circles? Did I miss any? Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and go here for now. Oh. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference, as we are well aware of fish bread, yes. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. The only restaurant on the island. Okay. And so the last... I love that. That's a cute little story. That's fantastic. The fact that they named it The Last Stand, just... Oh, I love it. I love it. We're only on the second quest and I'm already into the deep lore of the game. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tataru has taught you since how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. What the? Graha, what are you doing? Graha, what are you doing? How did you get up there? Powerful cat. Powerful memes. True student of Baldesian. Or like something supposed to be like there? Maybe hiding? Sadly, it doesn't seem like I can make them emote. I wish I could. Also be nice if I could like point them in a certain way. I'm sorry, I really should be playing this more. Because I know that's what people want. But at the same time, like, I don't know, I love it. I just want to enjoy the expansion, you know? They're weird. I do wish that they had like more emotes you could give them. That would be really cool. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. Lips cannot be applied to that character, okay. You can't do anything movement-wise. Sprint forward, no. Oh, that's right. I learned how to use like all of these light settings way back in the day, so I'm gonna start using those now. Okay. Push that out. Here we go. Nice, nice. Turn on light 2, nice. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Just a little bit of key lighting there. As my bread keeps disappearing. Yeah. Adjust this a little bit. Already got adaptive sharpen on. Cinematic depth of field. We'll give it just a little bit of soft blur there. Focal length. We'll use a we'll do 50 prime, right? Manual focus plane. That's gonna be the tricky part because it's not super accurate compared to what you would normally have with an actual camera. Actually, I do want to bump up the ambient light a little bit. Here we go. It's a little bit too dark. It's hard to tell on my monitor because I've got the fancy gaming monitor, right? I'm sure a lot of people do, but the take that down, turn up the black point a bit. But it means the color setting, so like I would normally use sRGB for just about everything, right? Makes it a little trickier because these high-end monitors usually have a little bit different color handling than like a cheap one. So if I move this over to my second monitor, it's still, they're both IPS monitors, but it's just so much more vibrant on an actual gaming monitor, which makes it, again, it makes it kind of tricky. Stomach pass there, DPX. Trying to take out a little bit of that light right there. I might have to readjust the actual light in game. Cinematic depth of field. Yeah. Yeah, we'll bump that up to F8. There we go. Here we go. That looks cute. She's still a little washed out. I don't think there's anything else I can do to really fix that right now while on stream. If I actually like wanted to spend half an hour doing it, I would. But the problem with group pose right now, and I don't know if they ever fixed it, but it does count as inactivity when you're in group pose. So just a heads up. If you've never done any of like the expedition mode stuff, yeah, it'll kick you out of a dungeon if you're in G pose. So it does get kind of tricky. Any other circles? I want to make sure I'm not missing any. I'm gonna get all the discussions I can. Okay, doesn't look like there are any other circles here. And the old market board. Oop. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being a diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located in this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan aetherites, oh, so they do come from Allagan. I had a couple people like watching stream. They were like, why is there an aetherite in Garlemald? I was like, oh, they're Allagans. They were there a long time ago. I'm sure they put aetherites before Garlemald was around. It allowed us to understand and reconstruct what is essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlayan's largest marketplace. Cool. Okay, there's some more circles. That is the Confluence. What do you have to say? Speaking of aetherites, these teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on far cheaper ferry services. Because, yeah, that's right, I always forget that he was always poor. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Well, let's go check it out. You can't just mention this and then leave me hanging. Ooh, it's pretty. Secrets. Here I am? Okay. Abundance of space, yeah. Yeah, cool. Any other circles? Anything? It seems like they've got like more than one theme going. Like, normally they just have like a day theme and a night theme, but either these tracks are really long or they actually have multiple themes. Like, I'm loving just like that lone guitar, but it sounds so much different than the last theme that was playing. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I will return later here then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlie, and I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited the other nations. It would be cool to see like more of this kind of stuff in real life. I mean, I know there's like the little libraries and whatnot, but it's not quite the same. It's like a Scholastic Book Club, just year-round. That's cool. That's an idea. God knows I've got enough books to start something like that. It'd be a small one, but you could do it. I need to get rid of some of this stuff. There we go. So like that, useless. Most of this materia I don't think I need anymore. The Velveteen won't sell for anything. There we go. 5, no. The Gatherers might. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I need to actually pop out my chocobo more too. Yeah, 5s usually don't sell, I don't think. Not anymore. I can get rid of the 5 stuff while I can. Clear out a little bit of space. Aw, rip. Rip belts. Still doesn't help me on anything else, though. Okay. I guess I could sell some of this stuff. I should probably do that now, while I'm here, before I forget. Get rid of anything that I don't need. Like the casting stuff, I'm not going to need that anymore. It doesn't have a desynth button, does it? Okay, there we go. Some of them do. Yeah, Bajin stuff. Nah. Can't be sold. Solve that problem. It doesn't really look like I have a whole lot of stuff that I can't keep. Yeah, a lot of that's disciple stuff. Yeah, like all the casting stuff doesn't help me at all anymore. I've already got my T set. I'll keep the obsolete items for now. 8. Wait, do I have my T gear on? No, thankfully. Okay. Yeah, some of this stuff I'll have to go through a little bit later, but like this, when I'm getting close to 32, I want to go ahead and get rid of some of this stuff. Clear out a little bit of space. It's gonna get pretty full here over the next couple of days. Yeah, like all of this stuff I already have melded over anyways. Okay. I should have done some of this stuff while I was waiting before, but you know how it is. Oh god, look at all that beautiful space. Would be nice to sell some of the blade stuff though. The Bajin items I don't need. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one that has a particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. Library? Library? Let's head back to the Aetheryve Plaza, follow the path north, and then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Library. Any other circles? No? Okay. The music gives me very, this theme in particular gives me some very, like, Final Fantasy 15 vibes. I really love the music in 15, like, a lot. So that's, definitely a good thing. These little decorative features are typical Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Sorry, hair. Ryle, you know what server we're on. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliac's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city and the propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. That's kind of cool. That's some nice little lore drop in there. Yeah, I can definitely see myself trying to learn this. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Oh. That sounds awfully familiar. I remember doing much the same with a few hooded figures back in the day. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. This sounds awfully familiar. Surely nothing bad could come of this. Surely these parallels are by no means on purpose, right? Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. And what a sight it is to see. Oh, that's cool that I like the lighting that they put around Thaliak there. The vista put me in mind of my arrival on the 1st. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by the knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. Oh, I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with a fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Will do. I feel like my usual glam fits right on in here, doesn't it? It's nice and fancy, right? Any other circles? Any? We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore the Archon Yumkrip and built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlayan families. You'll see that the one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our friends from House Levior. Fortuno. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. I agree. And with that, we bring our little Charlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? That bunny boy. I love it. Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. After you, Kyra. Will do. I do want to test something out, though. If I sit, will they sit? Such questions must be pondered. Or am I going down there? Okay. Aw, they don't. That's a shame. But still, kind of nice to get at least a couple screens with them. And the annex, here we go. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesion Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the excuse me. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. That is ominous. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I brought Kyra and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Kyra. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesion. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex, and you may recall meeting his cousin, Ijika. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear. What's become of the Isle? You take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. I forgot that the Isle of Val disappeared. It's been so long. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. So that's that, yeah, that's all kind of becoming a lot clearer now, isn't it? Okay. The day will come when we see the students rise again. But first, we must endure to the I'm never going to be able to pronounce that. Teleforai Fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. Rest or explore the city, I haven't decided yet. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. Our chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than the cheap roadside inn, you may be rest assured. But simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known among the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Well, do I want to explore or do I want to continue? I guess we should continue for a little bit. That must be the library. Ooh, nice. Since Kyra is a treasure hunter, I feel like I'll be doing quite a bit of RP here. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine.
Oh, damn
Let's
it.
get down to business then, shall
Hate
we?
skipping stuff.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
I wonder who could that be?
To pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Starting zone choice.
As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
Hmm.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner.
Hmm. So which one do I want to do first?
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Hmm.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
I don't know which one to go with first. I'm thinking Thavner. Just go ahead and unlock Razadhan.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
And I'm gonna have to do them both eventually, I guess. I do think it's funny that, like, they split it up. And, like, one of the zones is here, and the other zone is literally halfway across the world. You're just, like, making a short little jaunt. Like the new Quest Complete music. I feel like maybe I should save these gear gear coffers for, like, my alt jobs. Might not be a bad idea. Anything else that uses casting is going to be with my Red Mage stuff anyways, right? Yeah, we'll go ahead and unlock Thavner first. Just go ahead and see the new city, see the new sights. Have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time. Oh. Kryle was of the same mind, as has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Huh? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbritta. Moonbritta was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Aww. So that must be where she, that was her specialty, right? Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Oh no. This is gonna be sad. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words that I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and your choice alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. And thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath been long overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Kit. One of the two. And away we go. I guess I can pick up both. There's really no reason not to. But I want to do Thavnir bound first. And unsettling changes come over Charlene, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they're willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlene's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one could skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenad, shall we? Enter the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives of the western edge of the woods. Okay. Okay, where's the confluence? We'll go there first. Trying to see what exactly I can clear out. I should probably like finally sell some of these crafting gems and stuff. Ah, that music, the old classic. Well, now this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl of the Students of Baldesian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. That's not good. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard. Well, then allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. We learned all this in a PowerPoint. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. Ooh. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. This seems like it breaks the laws of physics. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other. Ah, so they traveled them together. Or they, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlene, and the other has been over in Yedlamad. Yedlamad, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razadhan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites are made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk away without any effort on your part. How convenient. Veritable dream come true. And far be it for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours. So assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly into the live stream in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Kryl truly knows how to pick 'em. I like this lady. She's fun. If I might change the subject. Are Master Wolfsome and Mistress Blovita not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Aw. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. Take us to the moon. Take us to the moon. Whoa! Take us to the moon. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. This is your captain speaking. Please buckle in all seatbelts. Lift your tray tables and proceed to place your seats in the upright position. Oh, what's this? The hunt for specimens. Are these hunt marks? What are you gonna give me? Looking for an able-bodied adventurer. And do my eyes deceive me, or are you Kyra Vast? So I won't do the voice acting for side quests for now. Especially since we're just unlocking the old hunts. So before I go to Thavnair, I'm going to take a quick break and get some food because I am hungry. Cool. Junior hunt marks. I think I'm going to Thavnair. Oh, that's right. It gives me like a whole lot of like little leave thingies. And then if I just so happen to come across anyone, then I'll have it ready to go. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, get some food, prepare myself for this next journey, stretch a little bit while I can. So, yeah. I'll be right back. All right, there we go. So I'll turn the cam back on here in a little bit, but I don't really feel like turning it on when I'm stuffing my face. I don't know. I'll do it sometimes on stream, but I always feel really awkward when I do it, so. We don't really have anything either, so it's just like a granola bar. But yeah. I'm really loving this so far. And like, I'm taking it so slow compared to what I would normally do. But like, there's just so much. And so, so much to see and like learn. Like, holy shit. There's like all kinds of cool lore. And like, we've been learning about this place for so long that now that we're actually here, I just want to enjoy it. But yeah, very, very happy so far. No. Well, surely nothing bad will happen here. Oh boy. Here we go. The first of many bad decisions. Ooh. Oh, that's not a good thing you want to hear right before disappearing. Oh, wonderful. Nah. Goodbye. Oh yeah, map time. Yeah, I like that they actually do the teleportation on the map. That's cool. I'll worry, I'll have the cam back on here in a second. Pretty wild that this work. Yeah. I like how they did that. I can just feel Emmett getting annoyed from beyond. Perfect. Perfect. God, I've already spent what 2 hours in the game, and I haven't even done anything in combat. That's what I was about to say earlier. I've just been having so much fun just wandering around. Also, this music. Same, Thancred. Same. Oh no. Here we go. Perfect. But given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? Are we really doing this? Okay, give me a second. Give me a second to finish up all this. I'll let you guys. I just now realized that the desktop audio was off. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize for all that. Wow, that sucks. Well, how much can be done about it now? So we'll just jam to this chill Hildebrandy music going on in the background. Cause yeah, all of that was voice acted. I fucked up. That's what I get for cramming my face. We are back. Anyways. I'm almost done, don't worry. If I'm gonna be timed, then I'll do what I gotta do. All right. We back in it? Are we ready? Are we ready to try and beat Estinian to the markets? Search for Estinian. Oh yeah, I should probably do the Aetheryte things. Oh no. I guess I can't do it while nope. So probably not the best of ideas to try and gather all the Aetherites while I'm sick. You there? I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with Aether sickness. By the Menusa, traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I am pleased to offer it to you for not the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles of bargain among bargains. I mean, that's really not a problem, but okay. Hey, the Matanga. You guys are cool looking in motion. Using gestures deny that the deal is fair. Deny, deny, deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me. Wah! Ah! Zoink, Scoob. Sincerest apology, sir. But I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Will do. Ooh, Chocobo Keep. I'll be back after I've explored the town. If I still have Aether Sickness. I guess we'll find out. Yep. Not doing that. Woo. Woo. Freedom. Almost there. Hang in there. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly works wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair? Oh no. Oh, just a ponytail. Aye, I've bound it. This is the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. No, please do. May I ask where you got the cord for it? Oh no. A local vendor, the man said it's Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. Oh no. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alpha No can hold a candle to you. That is impressive. Expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. I feel like I gotta call him out on this, right? On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnar as its dominion, the nation of Radzatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the product of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint between twixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Interesting. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much to weaken, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical eye, we've nothing to lose but more. So here we seek out Kryle's acquaintance. Shall we see what information we can gather here in Yetlamad? Excellent. We didn't get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. We are on our way. I guess Razadhan is going to be, I think they mentioned this too, it'll be kind of like Yulmore, so it probably won't like fully open up until later on in the quest for some reason. So for whatever reason, it sounds like the nation, like the city of Razadhan, the governance is gone. So, curiouser and curiouser. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Kyra, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like there are any other Aetherites here, because this isn't Razadhan. So just a single. It's a tiny place. And the gemstone trader. Okay. And that's all fates. Oh, so it uses the same bicolor gems. That's kind of nice. I can just get in on that early. Cool. Crate of fruit. Don't mind if I do. Crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they've been left too long. What do you have to say? Well, now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in Nuranair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. Well, thankfully got a warrior of light here to help you out. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Okay. So what is the Radiant Host? I'm guessing that's Razadhan's, like, main governing body or something? Pier. Very pretty. Okay, there appears to be very little activity. Sorry, I'm going through here to the north. Okay. I guess I'll have to keep that up. Bring that back out again after 2 years. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly anything sells these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building from across from here. Okay. Real quick, I've got to do one thing real quick. Don't mind me. Okay. Okay. Getting some stuff taken care of as far as just some administrative stuff real quick. Let's see. Trying to check something with some upgrades. Let's see here. I guess maybe like the collector's edition stuff I can't do until I guess until the the full release. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, because it's not letting me put in anything as far as like my item code and all of that. And I can try putting it in by hand, I guess. Yeah, it just says invalid for whatever reason. That's all right. I'll deal with that later. I'll look up what's going on Reddit or something later. I haven't really seen anyone like with the mount, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. Amaskans are coming? We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. Basically, none of the buyers are showing up, huh? And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosity. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. This will be an enormous loss. All right, forget about the Dalmaskans. Surely some ships are still coming, right? We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Khazal, I do. This is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are. You're a foreigner, aren't you? A merchant. Please tell me you're a merchant. Nope. But I'll take care of your problems for you. See, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we were discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, he seems busy. I'll come back later then. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. I'm still just looking at like bonus items and stuff. And like I'm not seeing like anything. Can I help you? Sing to me your sorrows, gentle giant. Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I am Matsuya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man and I dare not disturb him. Yeah, I figure all of this stuff I can buy later. It's fine. It's cool. A lot of dwarven cotton. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Yeah, I kill things. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you are great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? Yeah, you don't want to be like me, man. Don't want to become a neat. See, I brought some fresh fish with me, a portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people, and I've only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I'll try. I mean, people gotta eat. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. Events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here and yet Lamad. I will observe you and learn. Yeah. He gets to follow. That's cool. Any circles? No? Come with me, friend. I feel like a dude looking out on the pier is not a good person to try and sell a fish to, but oh, maybe he's just pondering. Wasn't well enough given the circumstance. Well, clear of the tower. Who is the Radiant Host? Yeah, that's some spin selling, baby. I didn't go to school for 4 years to not learn that. To successfully sell fish to this dude. That's my student loans at work, man. Shallow's cod, stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Amazing. Amazing. Come, Matsya. I'll teach you the ways of spin. It's about building connections, my friend. You get to know them and find what they need. Over there, okay. A ways away. See, that dude... Leah, she knows what's going on. It's the important matters there. Waste no time. The sea waits for no one. Who is this sassy lost child? Hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra, let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. You need so many Amra for? For eating, of course. Stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. Same. Aw. There's nothing I could have done there, I think. Maybe. I thought there would be a third option, but unfortunately there was not. Boom, boom. Something's going on over here. Oh, that's where we, met with Thancred and them. I guess I could, well, no, I don't want to risk mounting up when I don't know if that's gonna affect my buddy. I think it said it shouldn't. Oh, that's right. And they have a short tether. Way shorter than I imagine. It is it if you don't mind, I'm rather bit. My stomach. Ate too quickly. More slowly and savor your food. How do you intend to prepare? Do we have anything suitable, Matsya? Papaya fish? Hell yeah. I like these dudes already. I'm gonna be excited to do their Beast Tribe stuff. I can already tell that they're gonna be a lot of fun. All right, back to it. Back to the pier. Rihanna just staring. Dude sees some shit. I don't know what he sees, but he sees something. Yeah, it's a long journey back. No circles, no circles. Not missing any lore. I have no intention of skipping any of that. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to 2 of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you at work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day pedal as well as you. You will. Just keep at it. That's practice and hard work. Or you can just be naturally gifted. Or rich. And then you get to skip everything. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kolzal too. Thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Here you are, free from your travails. Have you finished your business at the guild? You were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. You can't buy my fish anymore? Well, it sounds like someone needs to take care of that tower. I'm sorry, Matsya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. It can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. Poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Was all. Seeing what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Sorry, I got tripped up hearing the music. There you go. Any blue quests? No. Want to make sure I'm not skipping anything important. I mean, if people are having trouble with the tower, I mean, you got a primal killer here with you. See, you've been busy, managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Let's see, we also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. Of course, because they're being sent to the tower. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telephori. Okay. Telephoroi, yeah. Telephoroi, that's how she pronounced it earlier. Matsufeli you were helping. He's Arkasodara, is he not? And apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is his perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason Arkasodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. Better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. All right. Oh, that already opens up the, that already opens up the beast quest, huh? That's kind of fast, I think. Maybe? Oh, Aether Current. Okay. I gotta do the Aether Current stuff. Fault for the mole. I am a mole. That's Kyra. Look. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this stuff done while we're here. I didn't see an Aether Current up there, but I mean, I wasn't really looking explicitly for it either. I imagine it's up there somewhere. Aha. Found you. I didn't see how many they reduced things by either. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference on the old ones. Still the same for the new ones, though. I really gotta be on the lookout while we level. I don't want to miss those. Or to the north. Oh, well. That's like beyond where I'm at right now, so that'll have to wait. Ooh. But by me, just gonna scoot on up here. Told me and Kana was a Matanga. Assign the right work to the right workers, may I have your name. Well, not me. I've got plenty of work. Have to be a Matanga. Your companion quite alright. Look, lady, I'm not sure either. Gajasura tribe. Ah. Sound like something you could do. Aha. Akazo, huh? Escort duty, huh? Group of artisans set off to harvest materials. Incense and costumes for the dancers. I also include Matanga in their number. It was an Arcasadara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Or to the fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Half the reward. I don't need that much. I ain't hurting, lady. Just give me that Aether Current. Will do. Finally, a fight. Almost 4 hours in. To be fair, most of that's my fault, not the game's. I could rush through everything if I wasn't streaming, but where's the fun in that? It's gotta be up there somewhere. I'm sure we'll go buy it eventually. Yeah. Deflated escort, yeah. Just thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear being perfectly harmed. You go, Ogul. Yeah, she's something. Run off into the wilds alone. They are putting up like the little black text notice a lot more. Just in the few quests that I've done so far, I'm kind of noticing that. Ooh, this is gonna take some getting used to. Okay then. All right. I thought Excel had 2 charges too, not just 1. I'm gonna have to get used to the charges on Core and engagement. There's just a lot that's very small that's going to be pretty big changes to my muscle memory, man. Failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Well, we did our part. We helped. Colleague told me of the rescue. Excellent. Also, I need to change some of this real quick. Play music when mounted. There we go. Turning that off for the expansion. Obviously, it'll be a little bit different, you know, a year from now after we've heard it all. But for now, I gotta sit and enjoy it. Okay. I'm sure we can do some more work later. But for now, back to the MSQ. Oh. I forgot, always use Fenrir. In a new expansion with no mount maps, use Fenrir. That's the secret. Actually, before I do that, yeah. There we go. Oh god, there's like a lot of stuff that changes up there. I've got a lot of options for Scorch. Okay. Yeah, this is it's gonna take some getting used to, so I'm gonna pop these striking dummies for just a little bit. And try and get back in the habit of it. And there's also the fact that like I only need 50 mana now instead of 80. Yeah, this is much faster. I can already tell. Once you start weaving in and I actually get my shit sorted out with the additional procs and everything. Yeah, this is pretty wild. Not sure how I feel about no longer having 3 procs on the acceleration. That's gonna take some getting used to. Let's see here. But as far as like the overall feel, it's not really all that different. I fucked up there. There we go. Go. It's hard to tell how my mana is doing as well. It feels pretty good. Like I said, I can't really tell right off the bat, but doesn't seem like I'm really losing too much. Go. And obviously we'll be able to add in our new finisher in there. It'll take a little getting used to, but it doesn't feel all too different once we get into the rhythm of it, which is kind of nice. And there are like, man, I don't know where I'm gonna fit in that last bit with the finisher. That's gonna be tricky. Gotta find an extra button in there somewhere. West. Hey. Not fighting you anymore, striking dummy, go away. There we go. Yeah, not having Excel with, yeah, Excel with 3 procs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna miss that. Do I have any traits? Enhanced acceleration? Yeah. I can do up to 2 charges later. See Matsuya from here either. I've got a bad feeling about this. They help Matsu's voice, and it came from the north. Let's see if we can get to him in time. Once I get this Aether Current. Southwest. Ah, there we go. Thank you, friendly bear, for being my guiding light. Hooray. Okay. Up there somewhere. Never really know how, like, long a yalm is. I should also remember that, like, I actually need to pull out some of this stuff every now and then. Here we go. There we go. Make that easy. Nice. Saved. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arcasador were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Question, if I may. It is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. That reason we've... Tower of Zot. Okay. Here we go. First dungeon. Might not be until after we clear the other area, though, like Holminster was, but... I want to get through the first dungeon before I go to bed, because I am getting kind of tired, but, yeah, I do want to get to Zot. Not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations, that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted into grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine rage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus will learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us, really? You think I had you peddling fish? To answer your question, yes, of course. We'd gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Aikiali? Yes. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. Can't miss it. Oh, 'tis the simulacra of the Thabnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Tarnished are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. I, as you said, would do well to study their religious traditions. To Aikiali. Oh god. Clear out some of these for people. Here we go. Nice. To the north. There's gonna be another one that's across. Yeah, probably. No way to get over there. Northeast. Yeah. Well, I'll have to deal with that later. I really shouldn't worry about them all that much until we actually get there. They've been pretty good about just kind of putting them along the normal like roadways the past couple expansions, so. Or they were good in Shadowbringers. Stormblood, eh. Some of them were pretty annoying. Golly, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Conga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment as it happens. Hello, Conga. You're there. You wish to know about our gods. What a curious visit you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. Be divided into two groups: the Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga. Okay, and beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Manusia, wisdom, Murga. Okay. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals. Okay. Learning about our gods, I say. Ah, that is what I like to hear. Perk up ears then and listen. You say in Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Ah. So that's starting to make the launch trailer make a little bit more sense, and the statues outside Razat Han. Okay. So they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem from one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Interesting. So, sounds like, Zot bosses are going to be interesting and kind of wild to see. Off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. You could let your friends know. I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Will do. They're gonna actually like voice act him, and he's gonna be like way off. I'm gonna be way off. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. It's gonna be the Mega Sisters. Yeah, buddy. Here, Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. Center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest regard. To her right is the middle sister, Cinderuva, The goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. On the left is Mindaruva, youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Minucia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadora. Then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. Estinian's ears perk up. Ooh. It's said that an ancestor of this satrap, as the ruler of Razathan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. Is this Vitra? Is this possibly Vitra's introduction? His divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be farther from the truth. The passion you bear in your faith is plain to hear. Well, in text. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It was very kind of you to say. Thank you, I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're found at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? It stared her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, and those eyes when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay. That's a ways off. We'll see if I run into another one along the way. I'm guessing it's going to be on top of one of these mountains here. Probably up there somewhere. Oh, no. I don't have a way to get into the ravine yet, so I'm not going to tempt it. I'm going to test it. Thought maybe there'd be another one somewhere, but I guess not. Something's happening there. Alright. Unfortunately, I am fading fast, so I don't think that I'm going to be able to actually do the dungeon today. Well, now. I'll do it today, because whenever I wake up, I'll come right back to it. Uh-oh.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome.
Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Hmm.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Okay. That was easy.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Hmm.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
Hmm. Immediately suspicious.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Just vibing.
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
This is
Yay.
a celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Hmm. He knows, judging by the lands.
That it concerns you so.
Hmm.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Suspicious.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Some pretty cool camera work. Alright, let's see what they're gonna be doing this expansion.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so. See here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
I'm vibing because there are hints of that music that sound very familiar, and I don't want to give my hopes up yet, but we'll have to see where they're going with some of those motifs, right? All right. That being said, it is time I sleep because I'm tired. We've been streaming for about 5 hours now. So yeah, it's about that time. Wake up, eat, and then we'll get back to it later on this afternoon. I don't know how long I'll nap, but we'll see. Thanks a ton for joining me. I was hoping to get to the first dungeon, and I don't know how long it's gonna take, but considering it took literally 2 hours just to beat Q Boss Savage, I imagine that was a large part of it. And I'm sure we might have to do it again later. But yeah, thanks a ton for watching, guys. And I am here for this. I am ready. I am excited. Just what little we've done so far, it's already pretty impressive. Just the lore involved, and then that last cutscene, some of the stuff they were doing with the character models is just fantastic. So very, very, very happy with everything so far. But yeah, unfortunately can't beat the Q boss. Next time I will probably not start the stream until after I'm already mostly through the queue. That might solve some problems. But I will put up a notice whenever I am about ready to go live. So if you guys are interested in watching it a little bit more as I go through the playthrough, make sure and follow me on Twitter. It's just at WestZor. I'll put it up there. Just same as any other big stream announcement. But yeah, alright, you can already tell I'm fading. So, you guys have fun with Endwalker. If you're watching this later, I hope you're having a good time with it. I hope you had a good time with it. I hope whatever's coming next, you're excited to see me get to. I don't know where you guys are at, but we're in it now. We're finally here. So you guys have a good one. And I'll see you probably in like 10 hours or so. All right, take care.